Yeah, took what? That could be actually a cool title. 1 second, and you're probably gonna hear my neighbors quite a lot. Also, what? Oof, yes. High cooler. Oh, wait, where's the previous song? I like the previous one, the classic one. Where it is? Oh, it doesn't go back, only forward. Okay, only forward it is. No, they're making a lot of noise. They did it like since morning, so some running, yelling, jumping, maybe some kids, I don't know. Behind the wall, yes, not behind the door. Close enough. If I wouldn't, yeah, this is actually that Twitch does that, so it's hard to do it. Also adds. Yeah, the goal today is to actually hopefully finish refactor completely. I started doing this new thing of actually moving my actions and stuff back. Okay, something wrong with Scholar. Why you decided to spend all of your points at once? Oh my god. Because no one is here, I guess. To spend points on me. 1 second, I will start the second shot just in case the first one breaks. This is also a bit stupid that I start a second shot just for the sake of the first one breaks, because like it happened and I don't like it. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. My leg's actually hurting. I don't know why. Maybe too many squats yesterday. Too much. Too many? Too much. I like that. So when I pour to soda stream of water, just to the bottle, just simple water, I have one level. Then you go and put gas, like to make it sparkling. It's slightly more. I mean, the only workout that I do is maybe a few push-ups when I wake up, and the squats. Today I didn't do any push-ups. So, also you are first. Yes, you are the only one here. I think. I don't know. Wow. Others are still, hopefully they're doing work and doing fine. So, I saw recently another game like Spices, which got me thinking how many they are. And hopefully they're not as successful. I think Spices game would be way more successful if they would drop price like twice for some event. I mean like a promotional campaign or something. Where did I see that? Will it be here? I just saw that you build your spaceship by tiles and you fly around. Like Dwarf Fortress style. Oh, look at that. Guild Wars. There's also Guild Wars promotional thing happening. Arc Raiders on the top. Interesting. Counter-Strike. I need to buy this one. I will play this one. Wait, why is she? Okay, I hope it's not she. Oh, there's gonna be a Leon. That's the second time when they're colliding. I mean, universes of Mycelia and Biohazard. But yeah, I didn't find. She actually looks like that. So it may be no. She was actually, what happened to her? She was in Resident Evil 5, but I don't remember what happened to her. I remember that the plan was in Resident Evil 4 to somehow infect the president and control the country through the virus G, or whatever the name of that virus was. Parasite G. That's something. So, but we kind of stopped whatever was happening on the island. But in Resident Evil 5, the president still got infected. And you shot him. Like Leon shot him. Sorry. So that's weird. Oh, hey, you're early today. I think it's gonna be boring today because I will try to focus. I actually started focusing yesterday after the stream. Tried hard, but I managed to do something. Not a lot. Usually I would do much more, but I wasn't sleeping well before that, so. Oh, wait, bolt gun. Oh, isn't that... Let me Google that. Oh, yeah, okay, that's the one that I remember. I think it's not the best one. Oh, wait, no, it's... Oh, that's new. Wait, okay, that's absolutely not the one that I remember. It looks very cool. Oh, good. Good. We can click the buttons, and if I knew what buttons to click. Actually, there should be a way to click this button and click this button. Bam. Oh, this time it works. Remember on my old PC it didn't work. Never worked. Coastal Jackie's Chin. And Max and Kebab Skull. Yeah, it looks absolutely cool. No Discord request. We can do this. Streamception. Oh, I don't have sound, by the way. Yeah, because I have no sound here. Good. I like... So this feels so weird when they on purpose make this stop motion animation. Because they obviously have 3D model that they render it like on that quality. So they absolutely could have a normal animation. But for the style of the game, it has this like bump, bump, bump. to be completely honest, I never liked Warhammer style. I liked all the races, all the other races mostly, but not the primary human ones. Oh, stop mo. That's cool. When there will be a game where you play as other race. Except the Total War. Wait, Total War 2. So would need to play that. Okay, let's focus on working. I love the Swarm, but I think in Total War 2 you could play Swarm. At one moment. Was it Swarm? Yeah, I will stop by more. Yeah, I kind of stopped watching Twitch when I started streaming more. I watched it less because I stream more, which makes sense to an extent, but not really. So, I'll try. Also, now there's so many buttons to click to find a streamer that you would like to watch, like run if you want to find random one. Oh my god, coffee. Oh, I'm out of I forgot. Not milk, but kind of milk, but not milk. Ooh. And it instantly hit my head. Nice. We have a camera. Yeah, I'm streaming. Everything is visible. We can do. So the idea here is to words. If it would be words of actually, is there something like words of vengeance? There should be a game like that or something. Wait, these actual words of vengeance. Okay, I somehow I thought it was something else. I thought of vengeance and I kind of ignored this one. Okay, that's you confused me twice. I gaslighted myself. I didn't believe in like initially these words of vengeance. Yeah, reading is hard, as you can see, as usual. Streamers that can read, impossible. That's awesome. I thought that someone should make it, and this one is already here. And it's free to play. Oh my god. No Linux. I mean, interesting. How would you play it on Steam Deck? Because you can type there, and you can type fast. Das has found you. Let now. Yeah, look, they actually have this stylized text and stuff. Yeah. I guess this can be played. I need to write it down somewhere. Actually, how can I write it down somewhere? Let's actually have my Obsidian opened up. Okay, yeah. Somehow I thought that there's gonna be a new... What? But no. Control N. Steam games. I don't know. Really? Oh, look at that. I broke it. Yeah, so what I was doing yesterday after the stream and stuff, I moved my all actions to the old actions that, and we know that they worked before. It started long ago, I think. Else, the typing strategy, as we were talking about typing stuff. One strategy with else that I remember was called Kingdom Under Fire, that I still want to play one day. Okay, turn-based 4K strategy, because I like the second one and it was amazing. I want to replay that on stream one time. I started, people were not interested, but I was. So I will replay it. Oh, it's on GOG. I think I have it on GOG too. I need to check. If not, I will buy it on GOG and save it on my disk. Because, yeah, my childhood was partially of this game. My uncle, which is like smaller than me, had this. So he played it quite a lot on Xbox, and then I also tried to play it. Yeah, you don't understand what they're talking about mostly because English, but it was awesome. I love this game. Yeah, I mean, I didn't have, so it was the worst part, kinda. Oh my god. What did I click? What happened? Why did it all disappear? But yeah, I will try to do all of it. Hey, the game had very nice story. So it's like Warcraft, because like the humans fight elves and orcs. Elves and orcs are actually the same kind of company. Yeah, and there's this huge clash of forever fighting. And in this one, you actually can fight as any of the race. And each race, if you beat, you play as a hero, not as an actual army, but you control the armies. You have multiple ones. But you also are part, like a general in the army. You can play like as one of the heroes. And then if you beat the mission campaign for that hero, you unlock another one. And I think there were like 2 mission heroes, like, or 2 or 3 for each campaign. And then in the end, there was actually like the epic end where they all combine and fight the big evil. Very cool game. So to unlock the full story, you need to beat all the campaigns for both sides in any order. My favorite part was that you can have any troop. You can level them up by spending XP. And you could, for example, okay, if they are like level 7, you of like speed, you could actually give them horses so they would now ride and they become rider troops. If you want to have them like flying, you could like give them a special thing that fly around. Also, gnomes were in this game, but they were on the human side. They were actually building huge ships. There was also an MMO, but MMO was... they didn't like monetize, not monetize, they didn't advertise that and over monetized from the start, which made it not... I liked it, but it was a bit too much. So one day I will replay that game. It's something that I very much like. And Dino Crisis 3. Even that game, which is ultimately the worst. So yeah, what here I am trying to do is to make the action and to convert my action from resource to action as a script, which will be stateless, and action as like, with the parameters and stuff. So yes, one of the ideas here is that action should not be a service. At least ChatGPT said that I need to not make it a service. I didn't read this. I asked him and then I refactored without like figuring what the ChatGPT answered, which was interesting.
I don't have enough points for squats.
Good. Let's make one squat for Dan. That's it. All good. I hate when you scroll up, it jumps because it loads what was before, and now this loading stuff moves around. Okay, let's dive into all. It was old. Yeah, so I just asked, hey, if I refactor actions right now, will it benefit? Kinda yes. This is, I hate that it's continue doing that. Like praises me. Don't praise me. So yeah, this is the huge distinction, but actions might need to get access to some of the elements. So the question is how long the action should live. And should it get destroyed? Refactoring is beneficial, knows the resources. I kind of also don't like that it's part, so this conversation is part of my project, but it doesn't know for some reason. Maybe I need to give him a project. You checked? Damn it. 20 minutes, I think it was 20 minutes between squats, just to not over squat. There is the max limit of like 10 redeems or 12 redeems, something like that, which is quite a lot. Squats end the day, and also there is a redeem for like between, so the per person 3 squats over squat. Yeah, we don't do that, no, hopefully never. I remember there was a no, that's we can have a mode where you need to squat. In Guild Wars 2, there was a quest mission where you need to drink your against the pirates. So every time you drink, he drinks, and you kind of lose HP, and he loses HP. But you can use additional abilities. So how drinking is done? Your ability pool, like ability slot, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there you get like that you have with a gun. They are being replaced by actions, and actions are like drink, fake drink, and stuff like that. So you try to manipulate the dose. Oh yeah, you can drink alcohol, you can drink water to heal yourself back, but then your enemy also heals himself. Also, you can do like some other things that damage him, or you can fake that you're drunk. But if you fake too much, you being like, they will attack you and you will die. Interesting way of how they did it. So we can have similar squat style thing. Also, I remember once on one streamer, so she decided to have squats, and we tricked her with chat, I mean, somehow to do squats for some amount of like, okay, if a sub, it's like 5 squats, if something else, then some amount of squats. And then she squatted like 300 times. Something, yeah, not in a row, but during the stream, it was forced. So yeah, I'm not doing that. Okay, I would do that, at least for those prices, because it was like, 300 squats, and the amount of money that she got that day was quite substantial. I'm not that popular, so okay, let's finish reading that stuff. Refactoring them to ref counted descriptor gives you stateless. This is what I wanted from my actions right now, but the actions need to be configured, which is, yeah, something like that. I read it here one time, but she didn't notice. It's V. How was the full name? I forgot. Vignette. Let's vignette. Her stream. She usually draws, plays once a week. She plays some games, and also, no, the streamer name. At Friday, she does a silly D&D campaign with other streamers. If you watched Doig and Swift, she's part of the group with like that pool of streamers, like Doig, Swift, Pilkey. Yeah, it's usually funny. What the new action models should look like. Okay, this is exactly like I did. Vibe coding. So I don't know the definition of vibe coding, because people don't. How to explain that? It's weird in general, because there's one way where you have this cloud IDE or something. You just ask ChatGPT to do stuff, and it goes and does the code for you, or like not like whatever AI you ask, and it goes and does the code for you. I thought that this is vibe coding. Then there's the like between level where you ask questions to ChatGPT, and then you do your coding yourself. So he kind of gives you examples, and you just go and copy. And then there's like, I guess, just asking without any code. Vice coding. To an extent. But I think contextual search is a nice name. Kind of aggregated Google things. Because like what would happen before, I would go and Google and get answers probably from Stack Overflow. Actually, have you seen the videos about Stack Overflow dying? By the amount of users per day or whatever the metric is. So it grew like super huge, and then now it's back when it started. Because of the AI. This is very sad, just knowing that probably all the knowledge that AI has, like 99% of the knowledge that AI has, was taught from the Stack Overflow. I have no idea who searches what and where. I'm asking ChatGPT just because I have a project here already. I technically don't care. I think they both would tell me what I need to know. I don't need the code. I just need the explanation of why it's good or bad, mostly. So that's what I'm searching for. Like, okay, what if I refactor my actions to ref counted? So that's what I get. Stateless, which I actually aimed initially, so what I like, but I still need to activate them, which was the huge hassle of how I call them to initially. So this was a huge pain. And now with new system that I'm doing as actual service management, I can inject services on the run and it will work. So why not? AMP? No. I think I checked Claude once because you used it. And that's it. I also tried to use Cursor on old PC, but also never used it completely, so. No. I want to connect. I still cannot connect. How it's called, the Copilot to my NeoVim, just to have some kind of text in NeoVim. At least to fix the mistakes. This is actually very hard. I need a plugin that would fix my mistakes. I mean, mistakes, not the code, but like the text, the language. How it's called? I forgot. The proofreading thing. Proofing tool. Actually, now I remember the proofing tools. Maybe NVim proofing tool. Mason. Good. So it's part of the Mason. Yeah. I think Spius use it as for refactoring. It's I'm scared to do that because I have no idea how it will do the app. So I know about Cursor. I saw how it works. I didn't try it because it asked for my Google account to connect to log in, and I said no. But I saw people use it. And also Spius has this plugin on Visual Studio Code where he just drags and drops the file and tells him to modify something, or just like drags and tells, okay, now make all the colors by default red, and it goes and changes something, which is cool because you won't be able to do it like normally. I mean, you will actually go and click, so it's actually very nice workflow in general. Should behave as an honest educator. Oh, nice. That's actually very cool. But yeah, the whole concept of that, you can ask him to change your, like, okay, if I'm refactoring here, for example, and I would need to go to every file and change, where's my action? Where's my old action? Action GD should be in the old. I don't have it. Old action. Yeah. So I have the old action. I would like to go to every resource, for example, and change this line for my custom script, my other stuff, so it would nest properly. I could just ask AI and it would do it that. Other way, I would need to go to each file, find it where it is, and replace that. But AI would be sophisticated and smart enough to understand where and how to do it. If I would be able to explain it, of course. So that's a huge plus for using AI. That's actually a nice. I think I used the Copilot like that, but I never thought, okay, because Copilot I think had the like it is CLI, of course. If you can connect it to NeoVim, it's obviously works through CLI. The question is, did it had actual console buttons? I know that there's explain stuff, and yeah, also explain stuff. This is something that I underestimated. But if I have a big class and I want to conceptualize how it works, I just ask AI. It gives me a short answer, and if I see that the answer doesn't match what it should be, I know that this class will fail. Which I didn't try before. I tried it only once, and it was kind of, it hit me. Hey, if AI thinks that this class is different, then there's probably a problem. That was funny when I first realized that. Things being viable. As that launching with 24 FPS, different windows. So this is a huge kind of regular concept, I guess, context. It depends on what you're trying to do. No worries. My English is also very bad, so I hope we will be able to to try and speak to each other. So, Linux as a replacement for Windows in the long term, probably yes. But there is the few things that might be harder to do. For example, Windows by default. So there, okay, there's Mac, there's Windows, there's Linux. On Mac, at least the mental advertisement of it is like it just works. So if there will be some Mac guy, he will just tell you it just works because he uses everything MacBook, everything Apple, and his watch automatically connects to his MacBook without like any hassle. So this is the top user experience that you probably can get. Then there's Windows, where it kind of works, but you need to install drivers most of the time. So it will be something like that. Of course, on MacBook, you also need to install drivers, but just most of the users don't know about that, don't think about that, because they would use Apple products. For example, if you would try to connect, I know, Wacom tablet to the Mac, you probably need some drivers, you probably need to install something manually, which will be told to you. But yeah, again, this might be a question. So on Windows, you definitely need to do something most of the time to make things work. Windows tries to push that stuff, but now the Windows is bloated and doesn't work. So it has this. On Linux, you can make everything work. You can do everything connected, but you need it always manually, and it probably will be a hassle if it's not natively supported. So in that sense, the easier the Linux get, the more people start using Linux, the more unexperienced user starts to like find features. It will probably go towards something like virtualization on the Linux kernel, something like that, where you could do anything easily. Like, for example, SteamOS actually pushed very hard, and now we can play most of the games without Windows. Like, huge amount of games like that instantly work, like instantly start working on Linux. Because before it was a hassle, now it's very cool and very easy, very, very nice. So also there's another kind of negative. Companies don't like to develop stuff. If they're targeting Windows, they won't think about Linux, which happens with NVIDIA, which happens with many other products and things. So yeah, one of the reasons I guess they don't want to support NVIDIA, because NVIDIA doesn't want to make drivers normally. And this also brings another issue, because if the company supports, for example, only Windows, and you have like NVIDIA card, and it has only NVIDIA Windows drivers, you don't know what's there inside. They can tell and they can do whatever they like. For example, maybe they will ask you for internet for no reason and start mining, or like start using it partially for AI, or their huge like a cluster stuff. Maybe you won't be able to prevent that. You won't be able to do stuff. They will have little hidden claw on their graphics card. Hey, if you buy the stuff, know that we're gonna be doing that, because now part of the, I think, graphics card has this AI built-in stuff which you cannot get rid of. On Linux, you could get rid of, you could repurpose it as you like, because it's Linux, and that's the whole point of the Linux. So as more people go towards the Linux will become like better at fixing stuff. And yeah, if the companies will start seeing Linux as a market, or for example, like NVIDIA doesn't care for Linux because like gamers would like to use NVIDIA graphics cards, but the market is minuscule. Now it's becoming more, especially once PewDiePie showed how easy it was for him and he managed to do it. People like, what? If he can, I definitely should be able to, you know? Yeah. So Proton, yeah, the big tech companies, when they start pushing on Linux stuff, it's gonna destroy everything else. Yeah, the new Wayland stuff, when it will become bearable, I hate it now, but when it starts, when everything would go towards Wayland and all stuff will be also replaced for like Wayland supporting stuff, Linux has way better security than any other operating system. Okay, Unix is better, but yeah. So Linux better than Windows or Mac. You can technically say that, okay, on Mac you don't get viruses, as there was also the previous joke, because to get something on Apple, you actually need to push your code to Apple, and Apple will verify that, and it was that whole cycle. You still can get hacked. There are still exploits. If you don't believe me or just want to see that, there are like huge websites with list of the exploits. Everything is hackable, Linux, Windows, whatever. Just the way of how it's done. On Linux, you can make a mistake and you will get hacked, which is negative. But also, if you do everything correctly, there are old servers that are just there and they won't be hacked, like, ever. Of course, like, there are like global hacks that, like, log4j, for example, which, like, everything Java related got hacked because everybody was using that or something like that. Yeah, so good also thing about Linux that other operating systems don't have, and which will hopefully be pushed more on Linux side, especially with Steam Deck, because Steam Deck is Steam OS. So if you want a game and also a little bit of work, but your primary focus would be also gaming, you would install Steam OS and then attach your working stuff. If you want to work and you work with servers, you will use something like, I don't know, Kali, for example, if you would need some kind of hacking tool. Because every package, every Linux distro can be different completely of however you like it. So we can have multiple distros that would do all things. For example, like Ubuntu in general, the whole idea of the Ubuntu, how they started, was just to push Linux to the masses and make it more for everyone, kinda, but still Linux. There's also Mint that was tried to be initial like Windows, so they try to replicate the whole Windows scheme, how it looks like the KDE style, and but Windows fully. Yeah, so, and this goes away. Linux now does not require to be technical. Of course, if you will install Arch Linux, you need to be technical. It's like in definition almost. But if you install Ubuntu, you kind of don't need to be. If you install something like Mint or some other distros, you don't need to know most of the things because you will use only mouse. You won't need to only type. So, but the problem is, again, like, some companies don't support that. So NVIDIA would work as a graphics card because Linux has that thing like with interfaces, so it will still see the graphics card. It still will work, not to the maximum performance. But there's another thing. Some kind of guys try to make the drivers and everything manually. So there's a chance that in the future that graphics card would perform way beyond its capabilities that NVIDIA would like you to know. There were like few cases. For example, there was I think there was old NVIDIA graphics card, but they had some kind of bug which people understood how it works, and instantly after that they start using the graphics card as an oscilloscope, the thing that measures and shows you the wave of the electricity coming through the wire. So the thing was that oscilloscope on itself costs quite a lot of money. Like the good one, very pricey. But with a little tweak on Linux with NVIDIA graphics card, you could have very cheap oscilloscope. Of course, it's like tech-savvy stuff. But this thing might be, you know, more publicly available because to install that driver would be easy for on Linux. You don't need to find operating system to do that. You just have sudo basically, and that's it. WSL, Windows subsystems for Linux, is little bit tax heavy, not that much. You can have it with graphical Windows, with graphical Linux. Basically, you can have the actual graphical Linux. But if you want to use it for like just typing and like the console stuff, that's also good. It's actually very good. So I use that quite a lot. So when we went to work, and I usually work on Linux. This is like for work, for actually developing work, this is the best. Windows, whatever, MacBooks, I still can't understand people that work on Mac and do coding on Mac. Like, how do you do that? Because when I tried to do that, I wanted to like throw this stuff away and kill the guy who gave me a MacBook. Because that's just horrible. Everything, every step of a Mac that I was trying to do was preventing me of doing that. And yeah, I wanted to smash the device. This is like the worst possible thing. I was so angry. Of course, it probably because the Mac was like, maybe the Mac was bad, maybe I don't know, but I couldn't do what I needed to do. On Windows, there is something, but I can work around that with the knowledge. On Linux, it just works. But this is like me coming from the development side. Yeah, also, you can develop on Mac. I know that it could be very good, but maybe I didn't know something. This is extremely hard part. Like this is, yeah, this is something that I was very pissed about. But yeah, so Linux in general will go up. Also, knowing Linux makes you a little bit more tech savvy. Even if you won't like do anything crazy, you will know a bit more, which is always a good thing in my world perspective. So, and I think that like dropping support for Nvidia exactly is not a good thing. So if they do that, but usually it goes with some additional workarounds. Of course, they are rusty. For example, Wayland here, I hate it. Let's see, that's a game, and this Windows inside is part of this engine, of the Godot engine. But if I run it, it does additional windows, which is on top, just placed over the Godot. If I click, it disappears. It shouldn't do that. It doesn't do that on Windows. Here it does that, and now I have no way to get that Windows back because I'm on Arch on the Hyperland, which doesn't have any like how's it called, shell to control that stuff. I cannot, which I need to somehow alt tab to that one, or I need to do stuff. So I need to change the mode of this window using my mod key V. So now that Windows on below has some other properties. It's not tiled, or it is, I don't know, something about that. And this one is on top. And still, like, you see, I can select that, which is like, okay, good. Something happens. And I click to close this window, and I think now it will fail. Okay, now it didn't work. Good. So, but those issues will be fixed. There is like, there already are. I just don't want to use them because I want to build my own, which is additional thing that people will like some days. Because I didn't see anyone on MacBook to make their Mac unique for them. Or if they do, when I asked them how they did it, they said, oh, I downloaded this program, which means that they paid money because those programs are paid for some reason. They paid to have that tool to customize their experience. On Windows, you would download the program for free, usually, or Windows has pretty much like quite a lot of how to modify the Windows. Yeah, and if you are tech savvy, you can modify everything on your own with knowing registry keys and stuff. On Linux, you need to do, it depends on the distro first of all, but then you need also to, if you wish, you can do whatever you like, absolutely. You can have it on your fridge, like, or one screen will be your fridge screen. I don't know, something like that. But it will take additional stuff. Also, there are distros that will have that built in, which I guess is always a good thing. No. So, first of all, you can run Linux from the flash drive. You don't need to do whatever we said there. Okay, if you want to reinstall any operating system, you sometimes need to go to BIOS and say, hey, just start first from the flash drive and then start my primary disk with the operating system. So this is something that you cannot overcome. Many systems come by default that if I want to restart them or reboot them, I need to hit a key, or if I put my thing inside, they will be randomly.
Hey folks, a few people might not have enough points.
Oh, damn it.
I do.
Hi Tuxedo, hello. Thank you for the squats, yes, of course. So you will need to go to BIOS to just enable the flash drive, but you can install the flash drive, absolutely. There's like many tutorials and guides when you go to Ubuntu. They have that easy and first time. Like you just, it tells you to install, to put the flash drive, to download this program, to click to run it, and it will automatically install whatever distro you like, you would like to try. And you don't need to install the distro itself. You just put the flash drive into your PC, reboot, and you will get that distro. You can play it with it, you can click the buttons. They will even protect you from like messing up your operating system, your real one. So you just then like move the flash drive out and load it into Windows or whatever. You can do that even on Mac, but on Mac it takes some tinkering to do. Which after what I thought, okay, I would like Mac because I could put Linux or Windows on that thing. But then that Mac that we could do that had this like panel on top and it burned out. So we said, okay, fuck MacBook. At least I said that. The guy just bought another MacBook. I heard some weird sound. Bot thought that he's a hero. Yes, but in the same time, there are like, the thing that is does like bungles me a lot. So the people who use MacBooks, they will tell you how good the MacBook is, and they will never need the functions that I need, because the MacBook told them that they don't need that. Which this is something that I feel, okay, they probably don't need them really, but if they do, MacBook told them that they don't need those features, and they're like, okay, here you lost me. Windows also does that, which why I hate Windows, especially the new one. Like the previous ones were like easier, this one is hard. Okay, let's squat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hey,
6,
don't forget the
7,
squats count in
8,
Russia.
9, 10, 11, 12. Nope. Too late. Yeah, on Linux it's actually funny because Linux will be, you want to like delete that, Linux will just delete that. Won't ask any questions. Till 12 I could count in German. 1, 2, Polizei, 3, 4, something else. I forget. I don't know that song completely. That's Dan. Dan is a pirate. Grenadier? Okay, I thought it was Grenadier, but then I thought that doesn't make sense. Yeah, but Linux will go up, definitely. I think the Steam made their device, like you can make this small device with Windows. I mean, you can, but no. But how they did it, they can access all the resources because of the operating system. So they can, like, they modify Linux so hard so this small device can play big games. Yes, there will be issues, but the community can work around them. On Windows, community could work around them, but they fight Windows. On Linux, they find hardware they find whoever created the actual chips and stuff, mostly, because that's how Linux is, which I think is the best. Like, this is very, very good that Steam is not publicly traded company. At least I don't think it is. And they can do whatever they like, and Gabe still tries to push and do good things. They do scammy things, but in terms of gaming and quality, it's the best. Drei, vier, Grenadier, 5, 6, alte Keks. 7, 8, gute Nacht, 1, 2, Polizei, 3, 4. Grenadier, 5, 6, alte Keks. 7, 8, gute Nacht. Okay, so you just wrote it multiple times. Good. Now I know. I will forget, but now I know.
I would argue that your Linux may go up a bit, but OEMs, software manufacturers, anti-cheat, lower software quality than Mac and Windows will impede Linux development significantly.
Yeah, so OEM, probably not, because whoever sells the end product doesn't care what's on there, so they wouldn't really care that much. Anti-cheat, yes, but that's up to anti-cheat. Because on Linux, anti-cheat potentially can see and access more. And anti-cheat generally fails already. Like, if I would like to cheat, there are cheats that are undetectable. So the anti-cheat system is mostly on the server side, and on the client side, it might be something that captures how you move your mouse. Because you have no idea how the mouse is being moved. If it's like, if the actual cheat of the mouse is inside the mouse, and you have a camera that pointed over like your monitor, you basically made yourself and a robot, which like anti-cheat won't find that unless they use AI detection tools to see, okay, this is inhuman behavior. Yeah. No, for example, in Tarkov, I could have another PC that would just read directly from a RAM, which you cannot protect. You can encrypt, you can do whatever, but generally it's hard to protect. And I will have the actual, then I just monitor the packets, and I know where every portion is on the map, and I would have another monitor on the screen with who's where. So that's, you don't need, okay, the Tarkov is ultimately bad with cheaters, because it would be very easy to detect them and kill them quite like a ton at once. Also, as I found out, that actual cheats, many of them are service. They're not, like, you install them, oh, you got caught, and it's sad. They're a service. So if you bought a cheat and you got found out and you got banned, they will compensate you or give you another stuff. But that's not cheating. If the admins do that, you just need to find another server. But yeah, that's, there are like many things. So I think the anti-cheat would actually die out to some extent, because okay, they're invasive. Yes, they could go into the motherboard and stuff, which is okay, kinda, but it doesn't actually help to prevent cheats, because cheats work differently now. They just use AI. So your anti-cheat system is basically also AI that combats another AI. And you need them on your machine, but also you need to work your game in you need to code your game in different way, and you need to also have the server side solution, mostly hybrid. I'm not telling that it's how it's gonna be, but at least I see and I'm happy that it's being pushed. Because now there's actual concurrence between companies, and now the companies are actually incentivized to make better. So imagine we had only Nintendo Switch and some PSP, and that's it. Now Steam went out with their operating system, which is Linux, which is everybody could do, with ProtonDB, which was very great, and they did that. They're like amazing console device, handheld. So now every company in the world pushes that heavy, and the previous companies that tried to do similar stuff, they didn't have this kind of tools to do that. Now a lot of companies, even Windows, have their own handheld that they try to do with I'm not sure, it should be done someday, where they make the best hardware, like ROG something, and it will also run Windows, but the Windows will be specifically for the games. So I hope they will cut out all the bullshit that they have in current Windows with all those weird UIs, AIs, whatever. So they would run Windows like the old Xbox, but handheld. Yes, you probably will need to pay extra, and you will have this Xbox Pass and stuff, but I couldn't imagine that if Steam wouldn't push their device with Linux. Because now, if I would like, I can make my own handheld. It's easy. I have my Raspberry Pi, I install SteamOS, and it will run some games. I will just connect some screen, controller, and it will be a homemade Steam device, which won't run all the games because it's stupid, but I can make my own, try to find out the cheap Razer stuff. I can go and find something else. This is huge. Just that push. So if Linux won't win in that kind of fight, won't go up way more, it still did quite a lot of things just pushing stuff. Ads, yeah, sorry. Damn it. You got hit with the ads. You've been hit by, you've been struck by. And now I got demonetized on YouTube. Good, we don't have anyone to get demonetized. Good. Oh my god, wait. Oh yeah, it's 130 minutes ad. But we will do that. I talked a lot. Now I need to focus. I don't see how long I'm streaming. Does it show somewhere here? 1 hour. Good. 1 hour introduction. It was quite nice. Now I have this actions and whatever else is gonna be ref counted. It's called action. Can it be abstract action? Maybe it's actually a good idea to call that I action. About uneven support for all for on Linux. Okay, so this is the weirdest part that I found out. Because especially when you get like Chinese manufacturing stuff, I don't get any reason why they don't do the Linux. Because this is... Wow, why not? I guess, okay, you have Windows and stuff, but when you develop things, it would be... Isn't it easier for you to develop like using Linux and having that Linux stuff? Then got scammed again. So I have my problem like this. I will have the screen with this mouse, which is GX Trust. So it works as a mouse, but the buttons forward and back didn't work, and I wrote my custom script to do that. So for some of the keyboards and some devices that like specifically designed to not work. I'm calling it specifically designed to not work on Linux. So you need to search and run and find some tools and things. So here I wrote because I could. I found that there are some programs that do that, but it didn't work for this mouse because they work for like a more popular mouses, like how it's called. I forgot. The one that is sideways with the button, basically, those ones. So yeah, this is still the negative, but to be completely honest, the Windows can develop their own mouse that won't work on MacBook, and MacBook has this thing that doesn't work anywhere else normally. And it was a whole struggle and probably even legal combat to force them to work and not to like appropriately prevent that to be working. So this is something that needs to be actively combated. And I guess the more people start using Linux, it will be combated in two ways. First of all, like, hey, why the hell you don't allow me to use your device as I want? So it will be a legal battle. Second part will be, hey, there is like a lot of Linux users, like, or any other operating system users. So we need to make our product better so that other people would use our product too. Apple doesn't care about that because they do Apple, and there are like many zealots that will go and buy Apple and say that it's good, which is already a negative thing for the like Apple people, I guess, but they still have a lot of people that will do that and buy that, so they don't care. But all other companies need to optimize and need to figure out how to make their product work everywhere, including MacBook devices, like, or just all the other Apple devices. BSD. Okay, BSD is, first of all, it's not a Linux, it's Unix. Linux is built on top of Unix. Unix initially and by default was the system as if stuff is not allowed, if stuff is not allowed, it's not allowed. Kinda. It's hard to wait. In my head, the phrase sounds better. But basically, if you don't open the port specifically, the port will be closed. If you don't allow USB to be put in, the USB won't be read. So that's how the whole concept of that thing would work. And that's why Linux, just to make it more user-friendly and have all that unlocked. So yeah, but also Unix is for the specific reasons. If you want to build a rocket, you would use Unix with some extra tweaks. If you want to build a router, or you want to build a switch, it's 100% Unix. So OpenBSD, FreeBSD, or whatever BSD it is, it's usually used in routers and other things. Yes, you can have, for example, MikroTik is the company from Latvia, by the way. They became popular and like praised. So MikroTik switch is basically praised, and I think one of the best in the world. Because they put Linux on the switch. So now you have a switch that's running Linux specified, and now I can do way more stuff. So same stuff can happen with Linux, same stuff can happen with other things, potentially, because now I can use my switch, but I also can wire stuff. I can duplicate things. I can do many smart things that usually you won't be able to do. At least you won't be able to do without going and writing your own plugins and twinkling stuff. You still need to do that, but not in the same extent. So that's how I see the whole tech moving up. And yeah, that tech won't die, because if like general consumer don't use it, you still have a router in your home. So BSD will live. Same as Linux. Like most of the world servers, like 99% of them, probably are running Linux. Microsoft, they launched their own Windows servers, and they're still there and they're still running with IIS and all other stuff. But they themselves are running Linux. So that's huge in general. I know that Latvians make the world known, at least, the MikroTik. There's some kind of microphone with the round shaped stuff that I didn't know that are coming, or at least they are being built from Latvia. And then there is there was a photo thing once, and that's it. That's all I know. Also, I think Accenture, the main hub, was in Latvia. Not sure how it but yeah, it was in Latvia. Yeah, the negative of that is that so I was working on Kiwi. Kiwi is the self-service terminal, which is like basically you walk on the street, there is a big box, you can go to the box, you have a screen, you tap the screen, and you pay for your like bill or for a car or something. So I work on that stuff. That thing is a Windows machine, and it was Windows XP. And it was Windows XP the time that XP died like 5 years ago. So yes, they are running Windows. That one was running XP because it was easier for developers to develop. Because it was running... Yeah, okay, what... You know how many people... Maybe you, if you are old as like me, or maybe even like Dan, you remember how people complained about Internet Explorer 6 or Internet Explorer 5. So that was like... People complained a lot. But what Microsoft did, the Internet Explorer, they added new features that nobody asked for, but they were very cool, which led to many exploits and bugs and hacks and all other stuff. For example, on browser, on that old one, you could access and read files from your operating system. Imagine that you load the web page, you have a JavaScript, and if you click yes, I allow, that JavaScript would read your operating file system. Files from your like folder somewhere in your file. Which was revolutionary today, but now you think, okay, why? But yeah, back then it was like cool feature, kinda. Unless it wasn't. Until it wasn't. So, but it was being used because you could have this old page as JavaScript, which was running in that old browser, because you just put the files on the file system and it was running there. Now you can have Docker containers, so I could potentially have a small Linux machine that runs some kind of small Linux with small browser from the Docker, and it pulls it up, and that's all. But before that, it wasn't possibility. Yeah, and it's not that it's bad thing, because that old thing was designed for the reasons, and it fulfilled those reasons so good that changing that is impossible. So there was a news, and I very much liked the take of Primogen, if you know him. So there was a news where someone said, as an advertisement kind of campaign, that showed off basically, hey, we did a thing, so before we could update our plane, like airplane, software, you have this big floppy drive, not just small floppy, but the old one. You need to have that, you put it in, and you update your operating system or whatever in the airplane. And they said that, hey, now we can do it via Wi-Fi or something like that. Like, we could do it remotely. And the first thing is, like, first of all, it worked, and it worked nice. And it makes sense because you need to go and physically update it. Now, if, first of all, can it be hacked? It's Wi-Fi. It's like... And the primary mistake was, now someone someday will put JavaScript there. Which is sadly not even funny. Because it's probably gonna be true. So this is the thing that we are coming, where the developers nowadays don't need to know the ground stuff, because you can do just JavaScript. And now, because there's so many people can do JavaScript, now we have JavaScript on our servers too, which doesn't make sense in any world, except it's cheaper because the developers are cheap. It's cheaper to have that than to hire dev that will know how to do it on the server. Yeah, yes, but that's what's happening. And that's how you get Windows on your fridge. Somehow. Also, one of the reasons why would you do that, also, like, why would you try to get Windows on your, like, whatever? For example, like, why the hospitals have Windows? As you said, Windows 7. Because the not the government, the actual company is now responsible. So it's something, it's this extra layer. When if you put Linux, you're responsible. If I buy Windows, Windows is responsible. This is kind of the basically who will be at blame. Because if I get from Microsoft, if I go and buy operating system, I say, hey, we want that on our servers for like hospital stuff. And they provide solution for us, and they give us Windows. And if it's being hacked, the company is responsible most of the time. And this is something that, yeah, on Linux, it probably won't. Oh, I will tell you a very fun story. So here in Latvia, we have pharmacological companies also. One of them had cameras installed all over the place. So, you know, they have chemicals and stuff, so they need not and protect secrets and some chemicals. So you need to know who is where. So they have cameras all over the place, which is like correct thing, all good. Cameras have that kind of, how it's called, the manufacturer standard, that they are protected. They shouldn't be hacked and stuff. The security researcher found out that the cameras actually communicate via open channel. So potentially, if he would be in the same stuff, he would get access to all the cameras and he would see everything. So this is like security risk. And now there are like two options. First of all, he can make a VPN over it. And now he protected the cameras and protected the traffic. But doing that changes the default configuration of the cameras, making that license that the manufacturing thing, like their whole manufacturer provided. So they can have that like we are secure label on them given, but not technically secure because someone can hide the cameras. Or they can protect the cameras, but then they don't get that we are secure label because they tinkered with the cameras. Which is very odd and very awkward. Which, like, having that label makes it unsecure, which is real story. I don't know how they resulted that. I think they had other cameras and which were like protected in VPN on purpose. But yeah, the whole like the problem They messaged the manufacturer and they said, we cannot do that for some reason. Because it was cheaper for the manufacturer not to have that, because they get that like protected license initially. So this is, oh my god, this is so dumb when it goes to money world, the corporate. And that's why Linux can win, because it's not as corporate. But recently there was found out a lot of things about this, how it was called, when people collaborative work, because you can have a bad imposters in this community based things, which will try to have malicious code injected. No one will notice, or people will burn out and won't notice. So I think, first of all, AI tools, having them on those things is good, because AI can spot sometimes some things that people would omit. Hopefully it will be with humans, not that humans will, oh, I trust AI. It won't have like that. There's, you know, being negligence. But this is something that is coming. I love Linux, but not for gaming. But I have SteamOS, which also I think I found the new thing why I own Steam Deck and why I'm using that, and why. So I don't play that much because I don't travel that much, and I have PC at home, so I don't need to go. So I won't play it from the bed, because my bed, you don't see it, but yeah, it was just there. So it's just like I'm on under PC basically. So why do I need it? So the interesting part comes where I can rent or give it to a friend to show my favorite games. And if the person doesn't play games that much, here you are a game. Here you are this and this and this. Like this is I knew my favorite things that I can do. I can give my Steam Deck to people to share my love and passion for Outer Wilds. Some people play Outer Wilds on the controller because the game says them to play it on the controller. How? Yeah, back to complaining about the games. The game suggests you to play on controller because it's easier to control the spaceship for people. But also I found when I was watching some streams, people missed solution for some puzzles, because if I would play with mouse, I could move my mouse. I usually move my mouse when you walk around, as like your instinct that you get. So you can walk around by moving a mouse. On controller, you generally need to move, and then like looking around is awkward. Always awkward. Even though if you play it a lot, it will be natural, but you won't still move around because you don't need that much of motion to do. Because you need to move with something, and it takes more effort than to move the mouse, I guess. So they usually don't move the camera when they walk, so they miss some puzzle solutions and some like things because they move and the camera doesn't look up, then it doesn't look side, doesn't look some of the part of the screen, so you kind of skip by without seeing the obvious answer or something. It was sad. Also, yeah, let's read. Okay, I will figure what. Oh wait, no, that's Mason. I didn't need the Mason. I wanted the proofing tool, but it opened me Mason stuff. Why? Oh, because I clicked it and it doesn't show me. Okay, whatever. Let's read. I was reading this thing. Let's read this and move to refactoring my action. So what I want to have in the end, basically the action list. So when I want to call an action, I just go and call the action. I could build it with resources, which is good, but Yeah, I think I will have it as a text, as a JSON in the end. So I guess this is more native towards the future network. Because in my old scheme, actions are more like services. They're running always, you just need to start them. Every time when you start it, it does whatever you ask it to do. So ref counted makes more sense because they would end its life after finishing. Of course, I don't know, like, how about the grabbing? Does it take time? Like, because I could preheat the action, like pre-wire stuff. But I guess it doesn't take a lot of time, so it didn't make sense. Because in the old scheme, it actually takes more time to... more memory, not time. It takes more memory. I will have ads soon. So what designers configure? Stabilize, save file. Serializable. This is something that I need to ask ChatGPT. I wanted to build... So there was a system that I wanted to build that would have dynamic configuration, but this config should be modifiable through some kind of UI, and it could be correct. So, for example, if I would have custom action that requires some variables, like, okay, custom action, this one needs a delay or some kind of timing thing. So I need a parameter called time in seconds. Here, I would know in my head that I need this parameter. I would give it as a name value. But I would like to have some kind of interface for that I would expect to get from this parameter. So I could check when I configure it. Hey, did you configure this time parameter? No? Here's the error. I tried to do it in PHP for my thing, but when I did it, we didn't implement it fully because the code was moving too fast and no one cared. We regretted that multiple times. I pointed stuff that, hey, now you struggle with this because we didn't do this. We struggled with this. So I had this moment. I was probably too snob about it, but at least I was happy that I was, my architectural solution for this problem was very good. At least was good enough to solve all of our future potential problems that we had, actually, because we did not implement them. Okay, ads are coming. I will have a bathroom break. I have a water. I have no coffee, but I don't need the coffee. All water is actually here. Also, we need to game today, and we probably need to game... I forget the name, because every time when I remember the name of the game, I think of Celeste. And that's not a Celeste. Overkane, when he comes here, will tell us. So... Katana, thank you. Hi. First word. Oh, first word. Oh. This plugin, this streamer bot thing, actually tells you that it's your first stacks today. Very interesting. Hello. Okay, I will have a little bit of a mental break. Of a break. Where was the button to make a ad? Here. Be right back.
Imagination over time. Say you need to go find yourself. What if you stay this time? Won't you stay? won't you stay with me? We can find a way. You just make me feel complete. Won't you stay? Stay with me and let's see. I can see the way you move. Please don't be afraid. I can see the lights where it's you. We can find a way. Stay with me and let's see. Baby, won't you stay? Baby, won't you stay with me? We can find a way. You just make me feel complete. Won't you stay? Won't you stay? Baby, won't you stay with me? We can find a way. You just make me feel complete. Stay with me and let's see. Stay with me and let's see. Baby, won't you stay? Baby, won't you stay with me? We can find a way. You just make me feel complete. Won't you stay? I can see the way you move. Please don't be afraid. I can see the light where it's you. We can find a way. I can paint your ocean blue. Wash the tears away. And we'll be breaking up real soon.
Hello. Good. Everyone behaved good. All good. This is good that everyone behaved good. I just found out that the website that I showed you where you can find stuff, they actually have a Telegram bot. Hydrate. Yes, thank you. This is so... Okay, it all actually work. Okay, good. Sisters types a lot.
A slap to your size, a push on my foolish pride. I'm out of my mind. I'm down from the endless.
You hear that sound or not? Because it... Wait, now you can hear that. Yes, I'm telling the sister, he crazy. So we had our kind of family members, friend, whatever. So basically the girlfriend of my uncle. If you go to that site, they had a birthday yesterday. So tomorrow they're driving now somewhere, and he just messaged me pictures and stuff. And spams. That's a spam. Yeah, I will try to change that. So I changed that yesterday. The Telegram settings. I didn't know that they will go to stream, which is of course bad. So I'm changing it back. Let's go default. I think now it should not make sound. So the problem that I found out that I could not make Telegram louder. So someone sent me a short or something, and or maybe, oh wait, it was YouTube, I think. I found out that now new Telegram, if you click the YouTube link, it plays in the Telegram inside. And it was quiet, and I couldn't make it louder, so I tried to make it louder with my slider, and it wasn't. And then I was like, okay, that's weird. And then I found out, okay, the Telegram is not connected to any of the sound device, so it goes to default, which default doesn't go to stream, which is on purpose, of course. And I forgot about it, so I changed it to actual like sound device, so I could control it. And now I found out that you probably hear it. Sorry for that. I was pushing my sister to stream Spotify multiple times, and knowing her is gonna be extremely hilarious of how she plays games. That's yeah, okay, that's, oh my god. It's gonna be a whole another level meme gameplay. I think you saw her in my streams one or twice. She was passing by and tried to troll me. But don't worry, not your colleague. I know that feeling when you know that colleagues from work can message you on Telegram, and if it happens, you know that there is some probably trouble, that they cannot contact you like using regular tools, or it's off time and something happened. So I had that twice, I guess. Once it was randomly, they decided to change the logo of something somewhere on some button, and they messaged me. It was Skype call back then, so they joined me in their call, and I was like, what? I was gaming or doing something. Like, hey, oh, you don't sleep, nice. I was like, oh, so I could not, so I could ignore that. I didn't know that it was a possibility. No, now I need to listen to you and do stuff. Yeah, and they asked me to like, so there was an icon that they want to place on the website. So what happened? They give me the icon. I place it where they like it, and then they like discuss how many pixels up or down it should go. They ask me to change that, and every time I change that, I get alt tab, I change pixels, I save it. It was, I think it was WordPress, that's why I could do it. And then they refresh the page, then they discuss, and then ask me again. And all the time I'm in the call, and they also joke, do stuff. Probably drunk already. Were like, I wasn't drinking back then. That was one of the things that I actually remember pretty high. That call was kind of, I was scared initially, you know. And same like in Telegram, like people contact you, or maybe if you're doing freelance, and they contact you and expect like, oh my god, I didn't do that, or maybe oh what happened? Did the server crash? Oh, that's actually what happened when I left my job, like the current one. And the next morning, I got contacted that stuff stopped working. I just fixed everything yesterday, but I fast pushed, so it failed. And then I recently understood where it failed, and I tried to talk to a guy using Telegram, like, hey, where it failed, so he would know. Yeah, that was the Telegram notice. When you especially working, it's the worst. Maybe we need to have that sound as a redeem. I remember, I think Virtual, if you know Virtual, the guy who plays Trackmania, top Trackmania streamer. So he had this follow voice, or like sub or follow. So if you, I think if you sub, it made a sound like someone joins to your voice chat in Discord and says hi. And it so confuses me every time when I hear it. Not sure what he has now, because I think they had a bet with other Trackmania streamer that she would write him some voiceovers and he would for her, or something like that. So I think it ended that she recorded some voice lines, and now he has some voice lines. Very funny one. Okay, I action logic only. I'm talking. So action definition, and it grabs whatever it needs to grab. Okay, execute. The funniest part here is that I don't need execute even. Okay, can create action example. So I action progress action. Context task manager create task. Context task manager register task. Okay. No direct references. All access via context. Data lives in definition. Okay. Also, I closed another chat. Just noticed. Context microservices, but not actual services. You're right to think context is services, but let's redefine it. Context should be composed from services. Context should not be services themselves. Oh. There are views over the service graph. Action context, entity, task manager, UI, input. Okay, I can have that one. Created by action runner. Entity controller. Destroyed after execution. How actions are created. Important. All actions are instantiated per execution. So run action. Okay, this is easier to distinct if they're on the line. Okay, that. Now this guarantees no shared state, no race condition, no. Yeah, this is the biggest, because I already had that like maybe 3-5 times. I had a race condition where I needed to like figure out who's gonna be the first, and then I couldn't. In this context right now, I exactly know who's gonna be the first, and if it won't be, I can just tell, hey, I'm relying on that, and that will make me like in my proper position. So where actions fit relative to services. Services managers, long-lived registries, actions short-lived, tasks. Action sits between intent and system. They orchestrate, they do not own, they do not persist. Why not make action as services? It's a trap. This is a trap. If action as services, they live too long, they accumulate state, they require dependency graphs, they became logic containers. Actions should remain disposable, dumb, explicit. Save load becomes trivial, big win. We design save action definitions, save task definition. Runtime actions are never serialized. On load, definitions are reinstantiated, actions recreated as needed, clean. Does this align with your current system? Yes, extremely well. You already use resources for coding, for config, use context avoid singleton, separate data from runtime. This refactor removes remaining ambiguity, brings actions in line with services philosophically, not structurally. Huh? Final recommendation, firm. Refactor actions to ref counted, constructed from data, executed with context, stateless, short-lived, do not register actions as services, add action dependency graph. One, okay, this is, I need to ask about it. This is weird because I want to do that. Make action look like services is how they are configured, but behave like functions as they're executed. Yeah, this is what usually you see in the framework, at least old ones, where it can, so if you don't ask for this service, it won't run, but if you ask, it goes to a factory, it creates the service for you, and then it runs it. So unless you ask for a specific service, it won't take any space or any memory. If you want, I can. You can. Oh, I yesterday found out about how it was called, Spotify, and they have videos now. And somehow Spotify recommended me a video of Primogen, like his stand-up something, I forgot, where he talks with DJ and the Pope. No, wait, there's DJ and there's the, I forgot, the other guy that uses C a lot. Cool guy, cool dude. Would be happy to be alongside them. Also, they have some weird JavaScript guy, which is weak, but cool. Sure. To be honest, I don't like how my actual development cycle now go like evolves. Hey, let's go to ChatGPT because I don't know how. But to be honest, before I did the same thing but went to Stack Overflow or like basically Google stuff. So it didn't change, it just got replaced, I guess. But the feeling is that now I spend a lot of time with this thing. You said that I should not add action dependency graphs. But I was thinking to have action registry and kinda. I wouldn't tell it it's faster. It's more knowledgeable, I guess, because I'm getting more information in less time, but I'm spending same time. So in previous thing with Google and Stack Overflow, I would spend time figuring stuff out. So I read that, now I copy that, now I try to implement that, and I try it out and try some different options alongside. Which maybe this is why it felt that I code more. Not the same that I have more, that I code more, because I'm trying stuff. Here I'm trying stuff, throwing it at ChatGPT. So maybe this is a bit that difference that has my mental, how it's called, mentally tricks me of thinking that I used to work more than current stuff. Okay, right now I just doing complete dog shit stuff, but generally when I was actually daily working. Yeah, okay. Maybe even June developer, but June developer right out of college. So I don't need to try stuff because I know that he has latest information without any skill. Yeah, I think like every Stack Overflow or any like kind of code from there, I read. There is only one line that is necessary to me, but I still have this context, which usually don't apply to me. And now I try to have that line that I saw in my stuff, and I experiment. And then I go and read another Stack Overflow about my newest trouble, which I cannot experiment. Here I can experiment instantly. I can ask him, hey, this is, and he gives me for my context, not for like Stack Overflow one. Which, yeah. So I guess because of this, I don't code as much because I have that experiment phase with this code, not in the actual code. I'm just saying that I feel like I'm not coding as much. But I think it's because before I would code like 3 times the same thing just to figure out which one of is a good one. If I don't know the thing. Or I would try to, okay, they give me a text and I try it out. It still happens with ChatGPT, of course, but not as the big part. Yeah, but for me it is a problem. I want to finish the game as fast. Yeah, actually, this is actually a very nice day for the, you know, when you develop and you have like tons of experience in coding and stuff, the coding is easy. Because that's the moment that you get after a while. The coding is easy. The developing is hard. And also understanding people who ask you to develop things. That's the hardest part. That's there was, I think I talked about it already, like a long time ago. There was a long time, I mean like few years. There was this research paper, and it said that on average, senior developer codes 4 lines of code per day. Which sounds nuts, but to be like thinking the senior developer most often works with legacy code where he needs to fix a bug or change something, which makes sense. You generally spend like 7 hours, 8 hours reading a code, and then you changed 1 line. It happened to me twice where I changed, I think, one line in a day, and it was working. There was once a bug, long-standing bug, and I spent, I think, whole day or maybe even more figuring out why it doesn't work. And the problem was a comma or a dot in the wrong place. It wasn't placed, or it was placed. I don't remember. It was PHP, but I don't remember what it was exactly. So yeah, I fixed it by literally putting a comma or deleting it. I don't remember. It was, yeah, I spent like 3 days. Imagine that in PR. You go to a ticket, you write that you spend like 3 days. You have the commit, the PR, you read it, and this is like 1 dot. Everybody will have questions. Why the hell? Like every management on top of you would have questions. But only other developers would see that and say, oh, it's actually quite fast. So this is the biggest disconnect that you will ever get. Luckily, no one cared because you usually have other stuff happening. Yeah, join my jam. I didn't change that. I will see. Keeps the bugs at bay. At bay, yeah, and at bay of your code. Yeah, it's like that old saying, like, if I would have more time, I would write less. New link? That's the new link. Maybe I should share it on my socials. I abandoned my social for some time. I will have Galaga in the list. I'm not sure if it will be called Galaga. I think because it's Space Invaders. I thought that Galaga is different, but they are the same thing. Somehow. Because there was a game we talked and I found it and I lost it again. Where you go around. You dodge your ship from upcoming objects. Oh, wait, really? Yes. Wait, and does it work? Not, they are not the... Cooler nose. Okay, I made it before the new year, so it was 2025. Diving bugs that go in patterns. Okay. And Space Invaders? Because they look the same. The thing on top and you in the bottom you shoot and dodge. Look at this. What? I played one of those and I have no idea how it's named. Your face is a sequel to Space Invaders. I don't want to play it. I want to see pictures. Okay, so Space Invaders. Okay. Somehow I thought... Okay, and... Okay. Yes, and we will have it more because I forget. And now, please remind me, how was the name of the game that we discussed many times? And I actually remember that we found the picture where you fly in a 2D space that may look like 3D, where your ship moves on the planes to dodge stuff. Okay, go right, go left. Yeah, okay. I didn't play Tekken 5. Not sure. I think I googled that with ChatGPT or whatever AI engine. I think we found out that it might be Galaga, but a futuristic one. Some kind of new Galaga. Okay, I won't find it. Let's talk to ChatGPT more. If someone remembers that, that's good. If not, I guess I will try to find it. But we won't have it on. It's too hard. Okay, Jarvis. Okay, it looks like it. Hope it's not Jarvis. You fly like this and your ship moves on the screen, like left, right, up, top. What is Starblade? Isn't that the boob game? No, I'm searching for it. Wait for it. I will dislike this one. Good. No problem. I'm here for you. Oh, this sounds nice. Only good music and rest in pieces. Okay, I don't see it here. So what can I see? Okay, I will ask Starblade. I hope it's not the boob one. Okay, good. Okay, this is full 3D. No, it wasn't 3D game. I like this one.
Ohio Rees.
Yeah, but that you mean here? It's not that one. Have you saw that? I clicked back button on my mouse and it went back. Imagine. I'm too proud of making that work on Linux. Yeah, so it's not this one. And not this one.
Flashbang.
Okay, just trust me. I click the button. And I click forward, and I click back, and forward, and back, and forward. Skills. Yeah. Bot becoming sassy and kind of weird. We don't have social security number here in Latvia. In most countries. I mean, you have this number, but it's not social security. I mean, it's partially. Classified. Also, in my brain, still, especially in the childhood, especially, you had this like your mother's maiden name, and I was like, but the name doesn't change when you get married, or like, why would you specifically ask that? So, is she like changed her name and now she's named differently? But in my name and surname are two different things. So when you ask for the name, here particularly is like her surname changed. So the huge question is like, what's that? Game. Oh, that bot. Also, tell me if you heard the Telegram sound. Because I didn't hear them too. I just see that I have a notification. Also, I felt it on my watch. This is actually one of the reasons, the only reason I guess I have watch, just to see notifications and react to them. Also, alarm clock. That's the second. Alarm clock on the watch is the best. Because, yeah. You can overslap that, but you have physical thing on your wrist happening when the alarm goes off. You are building something very solid. Yeah, and I wanted to ask why not. Actions. Well, those actions. I'm still refactoring, so I was hoping that it will be boring stream and I will just click stuff, but we talked a lot of interesting things, so it's not as boring, which I guess is good. Now I just need to have some progress, and after that I hope we're gonna play. I hate that. Brain. 2 words. Katana 0. So it's katana. I don't like word katana, as you can see. Also, to be honest, I don't like this word. I think it's over pushed. Because, yeah, after I researched a little bit, I found out that katana is First of all, it's a bad sword. Compared to whatever was in medieval in that time, katana is katana because of reasons, because they try to make a good sword. And that's the best they could do. Which is stupid. This is actually something that I didn't know until I started researching like how the katanas was made and why people think that they are so good. I thought that too, by the way, before. They didn't have metal. They didn't have a good metal. They didn't have technology to get a nice, good metal that was used like in many of like Middle Europe by the time and stuff. So to combat that, they did like layered katana. So why have those lines and stuff? Because they actually have a sheet of like thin sheet of metal, and they wrap it, and they have another one around that, and they kind of combine that and hit it out. So this is how they made the katana, and that's why people say this is so strong, because it's like layered and stuff. Which might be true, but it doesn't make it like better for fight and combat. Also, like manufacturing that piece of steel is useless. Like it is like extremely complicated, long process in general. People will hate me for that, but yeah, I don't like katanas. Especially when you search, for example, for the how it was called, the gaming one. Damn it, the dual sword, the long sword, dual blade, dual sided. I forgot that one. So yeah, those. So let's keep that song. Too noisy. That were like ultimately the best swords that you can have in an open field. But they didn't have a good steel. That's the problem. That's why they made katanas layered. That's initially why the reason. So I was like, my research was basically Google and YouTube, which might be not really true, of course. Oh, okay. Because I think that was the huge difference that I noticed then by researching, that they had poor quality steel, and they had like compared to medieval swords, because in medieval they had nice steel, the good steel. So that's the biggest difference. And when you would ask like, okay, who would win? Tell me when, because like medieval times, sword wins 99% of the time. Also, the shape of katanas, as I think right now, is because it couldn't cut well, or it wasn't that good, so it didn't eat to cut, so they kind of shape the blade. Ninjas, yeah. Yeah, also about ninjas, when I like also kind of search for it, they weren't black. They wouldn't like wear all black and throw those stars. No, they would go as normal clothes as possible to blend in. So it wasn't like that. They were basically kind of spies, which makes sense when you think about it, because the guy who wears all black, somehow invisible at night. Yeah, no way. No, I mean, they were like ninjas normal, like whatever race they were in. Like in Japan, they were Japanese probably. But I mean, the clothes. Because they need to blend in. But if you wore all black, first of all, black as a color does not really exist. Especially in that time, so having a black clothes is hard. And wearing that black clothes would actually make you stand out. But you're trying to be, have a disguise. It would be very funny, yes. I mean, they probably have ones. In Bollywood, you know, everything is possible. I know only one from The Big Bang. Yeah. So it would be brown or mute, but not black, as you usually think. And definitely not that close that you see in the even old Chinese, Japanese movies of ninjas, like the fighting style kind of stuff. I heard that joke, but I forgot the answer for that joke. I think I heard it on that show where the guys actually drink if they laugh. So they calling it that jokes to each other. Yes, okay, yeah. But that's too much for this stream. On maybe for Twitch, so should be careful about that. I think Hollywood kind of pushed that idea that wearing black makes you invisible. Except Matrix, which makes you visible. And cool. Thank you. Really important clarification. You're right up to push it. You can have an action registry and actions and call other actions. But you must not turn actions into dependency resolved system like service. Exact boundary so you can move forward. Okay, why I warned against the action dependency graph? What I meant by don't add action dependency graph was not action must never reference other actions. Must be totally isolated. What I meant was don't give actions implicit lifestyle, ordering, or injection like services. Don't resolve actions via dependency graphs at startup. Don't make actions long-lived, cached, or shared. That's a danger zone. Okay, action registry is fine if it's a catalog, not a container. Action registry is perfectly valid if it has role. Given an action definition, create a new action instance. Action definition. Action instance. Incorrect. Injecting dependencies into actions. Keeping singleton action instances. Resolving action graphs at boot. Correct action registry design. Create action. Def action script new def. That's it. No storage, no graph, no caching. Action can access services. Yes, but only via context. Okay, not allowed. Service loader. Yes, this matters. Oh. That makes so much sense. I didn't think that they actually had, yeah. And they would cover themselves as much as possible so not to be seen, or their eyes would be visible. And someone, yeah, this is how the movie got it. It's so bad. Also, Japanese movies are not good. fight me. I there might be few, but in general, they when you watch their movie, they're acting on the stage, not on the as a movie. By movies, I mean when the actors perform. They perform on the stage. I mean, the performance might be great, but it's not real life performance. Kind of, you cannot like have, oh, I had that. No. Animes, when they draw stuff, they try to make it realistic. At least sometimes. It depends on the anime, of course. But on the when they watch some kind of series show and stuff, they are cartoony to an extent. At least those that I watched or try to watch or like liked even, they are like that, cartoony. In Korean, to some extent, Chinese ones I don't know, probably not all because there are very good movies. Japanese one that I saw, at least, especially on Netflix, that ones are like extremely awkward. Horror movies might be good on Japanese. They are funny, but they can show the behavior that you would expect, not cartoony. Also, yes, this is composition, not dependency resolution. Why it couldn't make a normal example? Why it made a shit example that it contradicts the initial statement? Where it would get them from the context? Action may call other actions, but actions must never assume that those actions exist globally. Dependency declared resolved, passed via context, cached, yes, persistent. You can validate action graphs, just do not resolve them. Static validation, not runtime dependency management. Workers calling actions. Your earlier example, perfect use case. Worker tick, action, new.
Not the hero Dino needs, but the hero the chap wants.
What? Squat, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, I forgot about the German count. 11, 12. Next time. There won't be a next time. Action context, new. Task manager, entity self. Action registry. Create action, work action, definition, execute context. Worker doesn't know what the action does. Just triggers orchestration. This is clean. This creates few problems. I don't know what actions are in game, and I won't be able to know what actions are possible or currently running. Something like worker action would take time to execute, would wait for a player to enter words or and build the building. Also, all the action config is an run dictionary would need to name and know action all the parameters by name, like next action or on finish action. The action to execute after this action finishes. That's it. It's a real limitation of the naive actions are short-lived model. Must fix this properly without collapsing back to Go objects or mini engines. The core issue. Called action. Instant orchestration actions. Spawn task, assign worker, open UI, trigger something. Long-running gameplay actions. Worker typing words, waiting for players' input, progress over time. This can be done. This is easy. You have a wait, and you wait for the event to end. So your action, you start the action, and it will be infinite. Trying to treat B like A causes exactly the problem you described. So the solution is not better parameters, its solution is classification. Interesting. The missing concept, runtime action instance. Action, unit action definition, action instances, and action execution. This is key. Wow, this is advanced. Acknowledge this resolves your issues. Action definition, data is interfacing. Action definition, so ID, script, next action. No parameter dictionary. Type, preferences, inspectable val, complete data val. But now we drop the parameters. Okay, I action. Finished. But maybe this is only the runtime action, where it doesn't name it correctly then. Okay, I action, then I have ref counter, then I have I action. So finished, true, action definition, action context. On init, it assigns both, then there's a start, then there's a cancel. Important start, not execute. Okay, this can leave 4 minutes and it's finished. Action instance, tracked, observable. You do not run actions anymore. You start them and track them. Action instance. Action is running. Action. This is what I saw in some of the workers in C#. But I didn't get it, like grasp it fully. I just knew, okay, it somehow works internally. I don't get how exactly. Okay, you do not run actions anymore. You start them and track them. Action manager. This fixes, I don't know what's running. This is a missing piece. Action manager, running action, start action. Action. Action instance new. Running action append instance. This is so weird. Unfinish connect, then it erases itself. Now you can inspect running actions, debug them, cancel them, save load. Okay. Long running worker action, your example fixed. Start task manager done. This action starts once, leaves while the task exists. No polishing. What actions exist in the game? Static design time. All action definitions. Editor visible, validatable. Runtime action manager running actions. Query, queryable, debuggable, UI visible. This directly fixes your concerns. What actions are possible right now? That's a policy, not an action logic. Action manager can start. Well, can check, which you can check entity state, worker availability, task limits, cooldown. Actions do not decide this, systems do. No more param dictionary hell. On finish action, as string keys are Easy design smell. Wait, the I action. This one is action manager. This is action instance, which is ref counted, and this one is also ref counted, so it is ref counted. Typed references, explicit structure, editor validation. Action chaining, clean and explicit, action finished, def, context, success. No magic, no strings, no guessing. How this fits with task challenges. Okay, action orchestrates starting something. Tasks, bounce, long-term progression. Worker advances tasks. UI observes tasks action. I saw tomato flying, thank you. Save load suddenly becomes sane. This is stable architecture. Actions may be long running. Actions must be trackable. Actions must be defined. Data defined, no string type parameters. You are right to feel discomfort. Around direct dictionaries are wrong. Fire and forget actions are insufficient. You need observability. You need a life cycle. The fix is not abandoning the action idea. It's prompting actions to first-class runtime processes with definitions and instances. If you want, next we can design, save, load, format action instances, debug UI, show worker action task challenge varying. No, but this is not the thing. How do I ask it? But what if other long running action would require not only next action but something else, like time to wait before running next action. I will just ask about that thing. Oh, it reshapes the architecture. Nice. So now it reverses it back, or does something else. Okay, 8 hardest. I'll answer holistically and then zoom in the long-running actions and chaining problem you just raised. I'll structure this as is. Reset mental mode. What actions are and what they are not. Why parameter dictionaries are implicit chaining break down. And better action model explicit lifecycle type data. How to handle long running actions cleanly. How to handle long running actions cleanly, how actions can call other actions without dependency graphs, how to know what actions exist and what is running, how this fits with services registry loader. Concrete classes scheme, Godot style. Oh, damn it. I guess for the next game, I would, if I would need some kind of architecture, I would go and try to describe as specific as possible the whole game. Yeah. Actually, could be a nice practice. Let's make a GDD and feed it to the ChatGPT and see how it behaves, or like Copilot or someone else, just to get that. An action is not a command, and well, yes, and not a service. Action is runtime execution unit with a lifecycle driven by data, allowed by to be asynchronous. Key properties: created from data, has start, running, finish, cancel, failed. Okay, not always. May take time, may produce a result, may request another action to be scheduled or scheduled. Actions should never know global state directly, know what comes next, implicitly, hard depend on other concrete actions classes. Wipe around dictionaries plus implicit chaining fail. You already discovered the failure mode yourself. Lose discoverability, no one knows what parameters exist, no either support, yeah. Lose introspection, you cannot know what action exists, you can't know what is currently running, you can't reason about the flow, you create hidden coupling. Yes. Correct action model, separate definition from. If it will give me back my model, I will, be very upset. Action definition, yes, resource data only. This is what designers could configs create. Actions definitions, yes. Now, actually, this is a nice folder. Let's go and create a folder for this. Oh wait, that's definitions. Or maybe no. My structure is better than he shows, because I will have data, or I have game folder, and I have core. Core has all the scripts. Concrete example. Action ID, action type. Build action definition. Okay, this is what I thought. No dictionaries, type, okay. Build time cost. Now I have this action that has state machine. What? Okay, I should try to have a state machine, but not really. Okay, finished, failed, cancelled. Update, delta float, cancel. Long running actions. Your core problem. I mean, now my core problem will be short running actions. I mean, instead of the update, you could subscribe to some event. Let's model your example properly. Worker. Also, is it ref count? Yeah, it's ref count. Good. Long running action. I think one of the tricks that I'm capturing from all of this, that everything will be rough counted until it's not, until it not needs to be. I will try to make everything rough count. Long running actions, your core problem. Let's model your example properly. Worker build action. And how do you get data? Perfect. That's an action. How do you? Okay, probably just skips the init phase. That meaning that each concrete example will have its own init. Of programming, yes, and just in general, it doesn't mean that I will be able to answer. But that's chat. Not that I can prevent you from asking. Okay, I kinda can, but it will be rude. Without dependency graphs, actions emit intent. The action runner decides what to do. Action create action factory create. This is, I like this design, but now I'm getting confused. Action definition, context. Okay, I don't like the action context still, but yeah. Now of shell. Okay, to modify my context menu, and I have tried so hard. It's like a song. But both ChatGPT and Gemini failed my request. Add the rotate left and rotate right item to the context menu and make it show up only images. Okay, to modify my context menu. Rotate left. I'm not sure what do you mean by rotate left, rotate right. Oh, okay. You want to add to the context menu buttons like rotate left and rotate right. Right, okay. When you right click. Where's the configuration? There should be a way. Okay, modify items. Spaces around equal. I never used this one, so first I'm seeing. Not sure what it is. Weird. Variable declaration. Image declaration. The global section shall may have the following subsections. Okay. Now we need a way about the line, about the context menu. Okay. What did Cooler draw something for us? Corporate needs you to find the differences between this picture and this picture. But the gameplay is the same. Okay, it's actually not, because I guess on the Galaga it's more advanced. They have behaviors. Each ship have behavior. Here they were the same. All the same. Yeah, okay, what I'm failing to see here, this is actually very good. Can I save that one? I will just save that like this. I didn't know that I can save, by the way. The first time ever saving stuff from the craft, I think. Let's go get to configuration. It doesn't tell. Oh wait, menu tags. Maybe use nearly anywhere, in any section, in the body of menu tags. Okay, so there's a menu tag. Wait. You said that it's what? I thought it's a shell. Yeah, powerful, free, open source, context menu manager. So, oh. I thought it's actual like shell, full-on shell. It's a context customizer that lets you handpick the item to integrate into Windows File Explorer context menu. Okay. So interesting. Interesting. Does this work? That's the first question. Have you tried? Okay, how I would do steps. First of all, by default, can you make anything work? So you just install it as it is. It does whatever it needs to do, and then you have basic config that adds like hello world basically. So does hello world work? And then we hit from there like, okay, if it works, now I can try to modify that to make it where I need it to be. Okay, good. So now we need to modify that to what you want to achieve, I guess. Okay, how does it know what to run when you click? So you can add the menu, you can add the sub menu, you can have the buttons with items. Import, pass to import NSS. New item, properties, settings, themes, expressions. Provides a statement on expression. Functions, okay. And I guess the function is to run the application. Now, I'm not sure where you have a problem because it looks like it's very sophisticated. If it can do this, of course. Okay, run the directory. Runs the path of shell directory. Or returns the path for shell directory. Okay, can you run the stuff? He just returns path. Does work, but it's a menu. So every time I click a picture, I have to click twice. Oh. So you click and then you have a thing coming out and then you click again and then it does whatever you want it to do. Okay. So, but let's go and see new items. So this one shows that it's gonna be a sub menu. So you will click Hello World, then you click sub menu. Potentially you just don't need this. You can have whatever you have inside on top. As I say it, and it won't be the same. To be independent or independent instead and only show up on images. Let me think. Yes, you can try. You can use this that Overkin just did. Send it to yourself on Discord and have a link, or have it as a, I forgot, Imgur or whatever it was called, for sharing images. Oh, the text file. Okay. There's a Discord channel with public stuff and programming questions somewhere. Do I have a Discord? I think I have a Discord command. There should be one. Let me see the Discord. Wait, that's not my Discord. That's not me. And this is me. Yeah, there is a programming stuff, but it's closed for something. I guess if you manage to send me the text, I will be able to see that. There's also the paste bin thingy where you can send the stuff. It's easier. It just creates a thing for shared text for short amount of time. But yeah, it looks like you just don't have it here. You just don't have the menu as a sub menu. You will have it because this is the button hello world, so you can just have two items, item 1 and item 2. From item 1 separate item 2. Okay, maybe you want to modify item. Yeah, it's harder to understand and explain. Maybe it has some sort of expression, so if you want it to be shown everywhere. Cat box? I'm not sure what the cat box is. I mean, you can send any link. I don't have any profile, so but the paste bin and whatever else you're sharing, I guess it's the same as a paste bin. Unless it's zipped, so then I'm not installing that. I won't be able to open it. Yeah, I won't be able to open it. I mean, it's just sevens. Yeah, if it's not the big text, you can do the thing called paste bin, which will be way easier for everyone. You just paste the code, that's it. But I probably won't be able to help much because I don't know the context. I don't see the function that you would. So I guess you want to have modify and move that rotation button back. So it is already like 2 clicks in Windows, like transform and then that one, but you want it to be moved. Maybe try to color it first just to see if you can grab it. And when you grab it, just try to see what you can have, how you can modify that. But I don't see if you can move it out. Maybe you can have your own button that would click that button. Can you click other buttons? Okay, you delete all the unnecessary buttons. Remove default items from Windows X taskbar. Reorder menu. Modify device. Okay, this is cool that you can do this. You should add terminal, taskbar, button group. Okay, and I'm searching for but you moved it away. Okay, so that button is just moved. Okay, shell. I'm searching for the rotate buttons. More options. Should I find more options here? Menu, multiple. Title, more options. Okay, so it is here. Wait, how it is here? Yeah. Now searching for single separator, command copy, select, all set, parent, direction, cell, command copy. Then you import everything else. Okay, and I'm searching for how you access this one. Because I don't see how it knows that something will be inside. You will see rotate left, and I'm blind. I'm searching for it. Maybe let's use the search. I just wanted to read first before searching through the file. Okay, it doesn't have one. Oh wait, modify. Oh. Position 10, menu, more options. Okay, first question. What if you don't have this one? Let's go and see the text. So modify. Item target. Item targets are menu items of an existing context menu. Their properties or location can be changed by applying the process instruction via modify item. Okay. Process instructions. Instructions that should be applied to the target. Basically, they consist. What you can try to do as a fast fix without like overdoing stuff, you can just have the I don't see it here, but you basically have this item. You can just can create item that will call that item. Can it be done? So can you have a button that will click the button for you? And then just ignore that one. Not clean, but at least this kind of circumvents the jumping part. Properties. Item can define 3 different sets of properties. Filter process. What to do with the target? Optional, however, if there's no process instruction specified. Or the process instruction is not good. There are no process instructions specified. The entry is of no practical use for see below. Item targets are menu items of an existing context menu. Their properties or location can be changed by applying process instruction defined in modify item. Should be applied to the target, basically the context to properties of menu item properties. Yeah, this is something that would take reading. So this one is more options, then you go here and you add it using this one, and you target menu title more options. What is ID? This okay. This is the thing that I just clicked, I guess. Go Gemini attempt. Type image. According to Gemini, is modified to customize existing menu items. We do not need to type image because those buttons only exist on images anyway. Find rotate image. Okay, what if you drop the image? Because this looks all right. But this one modifies it. This one does not make the button. So up top one. So this one here. Oh no, yeah, my problem is that I still don't know why it has find on an item. And then there's modify. Yeah, because it needs a target. To some sort. Maybe you could ask it. Let's do ChatGPT. I'm using how this tool was called. Nilesoft. How do I make custom button that would call other button? Yeah, that's why I don't like when the system doesn't have commas and stuff like that. Click or trigger any button by its IDs. Button items are declarative, not callable UI elements. What you can do is structure things multiple buttons. Instead of one button, call it another. extract the command into a variable macro and reuse it. Have you tried this one or similar thing? Does not support now soft triggering another button by name or ID. Can I move the button from sub menu No, not dynamically, but yes, structurally, depending on what you mean by move. Let's break the okay, you can have to move a button at one time. Moving an item from a submenu to another menu, promoting it dynamically. What you can do is duplicate an item and control visibility, best workaround. So it creates the custom and conditions shift. Hold shift button, appears in top level. Normal click, appears in sub menu. How can I call rotate left or rotate right? Done. Yeah, ChatGPT. Yeah, so this one, but this one might be incorrect. Yeah, thank you, yes. I don't wanna, I mean I wanna, but I don't really wanna. But no, I'll get back to it. I actually very excited to have my actions model now properly finished. Because before it was finished where I need to stagger them, then I need to go and initialize all and each of them. They were dynamic at the runtime, so it was a huge hassle. Now the actions will be very nice and configurable and everything. That's it. This is exactly what the default Explorer buttons are. Have you tried this? What? Okay, function. No. OCR? Why it sounds like read from the chat. So it's basically because if it's like that, you can just delete that one and have your one. Can I search here? How it found that copy path favorites go to? Oh, okay, so it has cells of function. Okay, command. Not found. Input clipboard. Maybe no. This. Up. Oh, maybe on image. Delete SVG, React, Fluent. No. My one with what it was? Just this one? So it should work if you just add the button without any parameters, but that one, if you add action, it could break. Where this action is, it does not work. And no global actions. Explorer provides them. For images in only in file context. Yes, action rotate left where file. Okay, what if file? But I mean, you probably clicked on the image to test it, so it should be there. Rotate only works when Explorer shows rotate. But if it, okay, if you say it failed, then it means that it didn't load. Or it didn't load because it tries to load everywhere, every time when you click. So you need to have this where, because if you won't have it, it will try to create that and it will fail because there's no such action. It's a shell verb, not a null soft code. Show all Explorer shell verbs, null soft call can call. Then it might be some other issue, like, I don't know, comma forgotten. Let me read. What is cell? It says word shell, but where the hell do I know the list of those? Regex. Okay, maybe window. No. System. Maybe just rotate. Process path, message, key. I'm very interested what this is. ID, no. No, oh, okay, it is here. So ID left. Maybe it's this, maybe it's ID left, ID right. Not just rotate left, maybe it's ID left. Oh, it's a link. Nice. Stupid Twitch. Okay, good. All the other chats didn't get it as a link. So might be you need this where, and you will need this rotate. Don't you have an action? Wait. So, okay, as I said, you just add item. Oh, it's inside. Okay, let's see the syntax. For examples. Copy path. So it might be this. Let me write it here. And action will be id.rotate left. Is this correct? Also, let me copy this. Maybe this one, I don't know. So the goal is to see that the rotate left appeared and also to see that dot id rotate works. Hello. Yeah, I'm actually long time. I started streaming earlier. I will try to have during the week the early streams and like not early streams, kind of during the midday. And after a while, I right now as a help. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Not gonna pronounce that. Help to resolve his problem. I will finish with my action stuff because I'm now refactoring my game again. But of course, it's as final as my previous final stuff. But at least I don't see that it can be more complicated than it already is. So I won't be able to make it worse. Use action rotate, never use IG rotate. Okay, what's wrong in your line? Missing a comma between arguments. Or it won't work. Okay, restrict the context. So it actually says that it needs to be like this one. Can I send it here? Yeah, I will try to have MVP. I thought that maybe if we'll get the turn-based system or something like that, I could work on my MVP. I definitely want to finish the action system and my core stuff for the typing game. Because I'm trying to finish it before the February starts, or at least before the end of the February to have something. Because I'm very excited to start touching. Oh, it was grammatically incorrect. That's not how it is in docs. Looks like you are very stupid. Let's start insulting because sometimes it actually works harder. But let me show now because this is a real distinction in LSOF, not stupidity or guesswork. You are mixing two different mechanisms from the doc. Why the doc examples work? Was there a comma actually? Because copy path is predefined internal comment ID exposed by nullsoft itself. It's not a shell verb. Nullsoft defines a fixed set of ID commands. Copy path. Why rotate ID left does not work? Because rotate left is not a nullsoft command. It's not under. First of all, where it found comma? I feel. What the hell? Where did you found commas in action in my link? Where you found id dot copy path. There is nothing near like it. You are very, very bad. Go to a corner. We'll punish AI by telling him that he's bad. It does not work. Thing that you are feeding is and does not work. It actually throws an error of wrong formatting. Not in this case. I'm very polite, but here it's actually dumb. But maybe yes. Thanks for pointing out the docs. You're right that we should look at actual analysis of syntax instead of. You are assuming this is extra level gaslighting, and now it actually restricts me a plan. Perfect. And now you want me to get the plus. Okay, thanks for pointing out. Here's what actually the official examples from the copy paste. You can see that in the finish. Okay, yeah, okay, the plan is finished because I asked for to search it. And you select copy itself. Notice few things. There are no commas inside. Why I notice? You notice. Oh, this is. Oh my god. So your phrase about commas in copy paste is justified. That means that error was wrong. Thank you for calling that out. Now source configuration allows arguments like item without commas. I hope it allows with commas, because without commas it breaks my mind. But The namespace ID does not exist in the docs. It contains identifier for system context menu items exposed by Explorer. For examples from that list include copy, path, rotate left, rotate right. Okay, correct way to call a built-in Explorer verb. Assuming rotate light is defined, it is per the doc list. The correct syntax. And likewise, item matches the old. Now it dropped out the brackets. Now perfect. Why it might still not work? Even with the correct syntax code, the real issues can happen. The verb only exists in certain context, whatever. We're testing it on the certain context. Wait, maybe it doesn't know. How? Also valid, no commas needed. Not documented standard action. Comes with documented list of IDs. Okay, it told something interesting about ID stuff. It has this command copy. Let's go to functions. Command. And I wanted to rotate. Oops. Command copy to clipboard, parameter. Run, redo, refresh, restart, restore, find. So ID should work based on the syntax. The namespace of the ID contains the identifiers for most of the system context menus items where the item's title or icon can be returned. Where items title or icons can be returned. Oh, okay. So ID something is not in action, is the title. So it's gonna it will return a text. Okay. So rotate. Generally rotate left returns the text of rotate left. How to know where to get rotate left action, where to find it in docs. Yeah, I hope it searches. We should list all System Explorer verbs, shell icon can call, where it actually shows these actions in the docs. ID, copy, rename. Yes, those are functions. What are you get the name, use the config? How to use them? Those names are taken directly from the ID documentation list. Why this matters? Doesn't the menu actions like rotate? It exposes the system's own Explorer commands via ID namespace. No, they are actual IDs. That's so. As I found out, this is a Windows application that allows you to modify context menus. Will it load? It will load someday, or it won't load. I don't know. It's not working. So yeah, basically you can have your Windows context and you can like do whatever you like with this. And you can have anything you like. And the question was how to call rotate. And now we can figure out how to call rotate button. Because it's hidden somewhere and we want it to be not there. But wait, you're actually calling that one. Oh, you're modifying. You're not moving in this. And we don't know what action it has. Also, I don't see any actions. That's why you must pick comments from the functions ID list. The source of truth for the thing like that is the documentation page. The example for a summary ID. Rotate IDs do exist in the official list under functions IDs. The command page. If one I can extract that, just the part make useful common explore verbs. I need to create proper button, proper context item that would rotate the picture. Okay, yeah, this is what it gives me back. But if it won't work, I don't know. I will copy paste it here. So it could be easily modified or like checked. Yeah, but this is weird. This is very weird. Shell thing is cool, but you can't move it, but you can create your own. So by creating your own, you need the same command, the same action. Also, weirdly enough, I don't see where it got action thing. I don't need to download. Where was the docs? Introduction. Get started. Command. Message. And rest you have added. Okay. So if this one works, this is the command. Syntax rules for configuration files. Spaces around the equal sign are optional. Modify new items in parentheses. This is how you write the stuff. This is the syntax. Breaking long lines. For best readability, users often... Okay, so there's no need of the backslashes. You can import stuff. In any section in the body. The syntax may be used nearly everywhere. Okay. Settings. Those are the settings. Modify. Yes, okay. Themes, modify items. What is okay? Let's click properties. Maybe they are here. Shell supports the following property classes: validation properties, filter properties. There's also common properties. Let's click the common properties. Invoke, admin, verb, wait. Default null. Okay. Is there an action? Nope. So nothing here specifies, okay, there should be an action. Filter properties, menu, item properties, command properties. Column, command, syntax. In the following table, the type column shows in which entry types the properties are applied to. What is invoke? Menu, item properties, title, visibility, separator, position, image, parent, check, default, key tips. Okay, syntax, command, invoke. Executes the command only once in total. The list of, okay, one. Executes the command for every single item in the current selection. Okay. Command associated with the menu item occurs the menu item is clicked or selected using shortcut key or access defined in the menu item. Okay, so we need the command. Maybe it should be not action but command. Hi. Can you try the same stuff but with action, but without like replace action for the command? Because I don't see the word action, no, like it's nowhere. So there are expressions. Identifier, corollary, string, variables, comments. Operators. Variables. There are variables. Okay, so you can have the variables. Okay. Now functions. Okay, functions and variables have unique titles described by fully qualified names that indicate a logical hierarchy. Shell has a number of functions and variables built into the roles available. They're listed here in alphabetical order. Jar shell returns keywords. Type, mode, command, and many other things. Image, input, output. There's the image one, but image had leaf, raz, rect, fluent, box. That's to show the stuff. Yeah, but the IDs. Identifiers for most of the command. Yeah, maybe try to use command instead of word action. So the previous example, but instead of the word action, the word command. And on that, my ideas will actually fail. Where I had this example, I don't see that. So kind of item, but you know what? I will close all of that. I will go here. Like instead of this word, you use this. No, CMD, not command. I will print it out. item, title, my button. Could have made it my button. Not sure about the ticks. Just check them if you need to be correct, and then command equals id dot rotate left. Maybe this one. Maybe. I'm not sure about those ticks. And add whatever else needed. Should work. Maybe not. I don't know. But this id dot rotate left is probably a text. Maybe it is not a text, but it might work like this, or it will never work. So then it's weird. Then you need to find that big comment of the how to rotate the picture that you currently selected. Because I don't see rotate left or rotate right comment anywhere. And you cannot directly click anything else besides what you see. Then I have no idea how to do that. The only next thing is to have your own command, or to have your own bash script or something that would takes a picture and rotates it. But yeah, I really don't get why. Because your primary stuff works, but you modify it. So it's on your more options. But the more options is... Oh wait, more options is sub-menu that already exists. Or not. I kind of feel like more options should not work initially because it's not there. Oh, okay, that, yeah. Channel good. Because if it wouldn't exist, it wouldn't work also. Because, so, yeah. Damn it, I closed it. Maybe you could ask ChatGPT, hey, how this command, what command is being executed under this button, so I could repeat it. Well, okay. When I click, when I right click picture on context menu is more options, rotate left. How would I move this button to the main? Button up a level. What command is executed there so I could repeat it by my custom item title rotate left command my command. Let's see what it will answer. If it won't answer anything new, you can just write or similar, it doesn't exist. Proper way to reference explore a verb, why id rotate. Okay. Why does appears in the Hmm. Do you have any word action in your files? You there are no action anywhere in the docs. Stop inventing stuff you Nope, it won't work. So yeah, this is the best that we can do, and if it doesn't do that, I guess need to find a Discord or some context of them and ask them, hey, this doesn't work. Because I mean, okay, id.rotate left should give you a text of rotate left, but why the hell would you like to get this text and icon if you can't get an action? Maybe, but no. I didn't check another example. Wait, how it was called? And damn it, I closed it already. The link. The link. Maybe I can like Shift T. Shift T. Shift T. Shift T. Shift T. Yeah, okay, that one. There was another example that I missed. Maybe I can look through that. Favorites. Command user directory. So those were from functions. Command MS Paint, Power Grid. Okay, let's go to functions. It was user directory. And there's also sys dot directory. Space not found. Yeah, there's nothing else about that. And go to program data. Control panel, run, settings. Oh. Of course I know that command. Maybe it's being from there. So there's probably a way where you can find okay. MS command rotate left. Maybe you can get it command. Rotate image. I guess it will give me shit stuff. Of course it will. Because Google now not Googling. Can you give me an ID? No, it cannot. Yeah. You can technically write the script. Yes, still here. I almost jumped off, but I'm still here. So yeah, potentially you can get a script that would rotate it. So for now, to me, the most useful was Stack Overflow. How they called it? Yeah, very weird. Everything is very weird. It's not a language, it's a config. It's not the actual language, it's just the syntax of what to do. It is kind of similar to language, but it's language based, I guess. Can I just click Windows F and rotate? You can rotate your screen, or just open the settings for that. Do you want to have the context button when you click and your screen rotates? You probably can do that, but not the picture. After this one. But I will play for a little bit, so then I will go eat because I'm starving already. Yeah. Launch Microsoft Store app, launch default apps, launch default app for a URI. The following sections describe different catalogs of memorized settings. Launch Windows settings. Okay, but then it launches the Windows settings. It's not the same thing. I just thought that maybe it will work. Then it will be too late. Do you want me to play the whole game through? We'll see how it goes. But I'm kind of at the limit, so I'm not. I guess we can actually go and play. Actually, yeah. The problem is that it will be loud and I want to see it and it will be something else. So, that's the thing. I forgot to finish YouTube.